morning. I have the AC on in my room, so if that is like super loud, feel free to let me know and I will turn it off. How are you doing this morning, Sinichu and Bob? Oh yeah, Bernie is holding my my thing. Yeah, I took it out of its case. Actually, let me show you how my Surface Pro is kind of weird. It's not like bad weird, but I am gonna have to get it repaired, which this happened before it was overheating. But this is what it looks like out of its case. This is the back. Focus camera. This little flap thing is, there's two of them, and it is supposed to be on the inside of this. And then this is the hinge, and I have no idea how, but it got stretched out of spot and bent, and so now it sits kind of weird in the case, and it looked like it was warping a little bit, so I took it out of the case, and I took the pin out because the pin is in the case and I didn't want to lose it, so I set it in Bernie. Also, I hear some background noise. Give me just a second. Oh, hello, Merlin. Okay, I'm back. It was weird. I have too many things on in my room and they make noise. I think I'm going to start off with just a row of single crochet across here. Just to kind of kick it off with something easy. And a single crochet is... I already went over this one time, but for... Is this a thing? Yeah, you yarn over, insert, ooh, pull through, and pull through. And then I'm just going to do that all the way across. Can you all hear my dog coughing in the background? It's gonna be a good day. So many sounds happening. I'm at the point in this project that instead of changing the size of the row to kind of taper in, I'm just going to be going basically in straight rows back and forth now to build length. Only grabbed half the stitch there. There is our first row of the day. Not like it's amazing or anything. It is very basic single crochet, but still off to a good start, I think. I almost wonder how close I could get to finishing this today, to be completely honest. I'm going to do a row of double crochet all the way across. I did the second one completely wrong. I did a double crochet and then I tried to do a single crochet. That might make a really neat ripple effect though. Might have to think about trying that sometime. I'm also not sure how much digital art I plan on doing today because I'm not sure. It really depends on how the camera focuses. And Merlin, I just wiped off my screen. Stop it. He's helping. How hard is it to undo something that you just want to try? That is a very big question, technically. It depends on how in-depth what you want to try is. More complicated stitches paired with a more wispy, fibrous yarn will be harder to undo in general. I would say that as long as your supply, like your, where am I going with this? Like this type of yarn doesn't have really any flyaways or anything on it because it is acrylic. If you get something that's like very wispy, when you're undoing it, those wisps tend to lock together in the stitch and can make undoing a project almost impossible at times, and I've even broken yarn that way. And that can be with a basic project. Like, by basic, I guess I would mean a granny square. Oh, hello. Goodbye. If you wanted to try... Shit, I don't know. I'm trying to think of, like, random things that one could try that would be easy to undo. I would say that, like, a blanket most of the time. Dude. As long as the blanket doesn't have more than like 5 or so stitches in it, you probably wouldn't have too much time, like of a hard time trying to undo it. He likes to do that when I'm not paying attention to him. Oop, did not mean to bump that. I feel like my microphone might be a little bit too close today. I'm not sure. It could just be the camera angle making it look like it's closer because it's actually in the shot. There's a Blitzel in the chat. Those stitches would be very easy to undo, especially with this type of yarn. Like, these are all double crochets, and a single crochet is just this one on this lower row. So to take them out, I can even show you. I will put it in this loop so that it won't pull all the way, but you just pull it backwards and it comes undone very quickly. More complicated stitches that have like more on the hook and, you know, a little more finesse involved, those will definitely be more of a challenge. It is way too easy. Sometimes I accidentally pull out stitches when I'm working if I take a break or something and want to put my yarn away for a while. I've been known to, like, especially if I'm not paying super close attention and the hook is plastic like this, if it falls out and hits the carpet, I usually won't hear it. And then sometimes some stitches get pulled. That's totally rugged. Some people get stitch markers. They kind of look like safety pins. They're usually plastic, and they're not as long as safety pins, and they sometimes go down in like a bubble shape where they hold the stitch together and then go straight up and then clip at the top. And that way you can remove your hook and you don't have to worry about yarn coming through. I've never used them, so I don't know how efficient they are. With some stitches, I feel like it might pull out anyway, but I'm not 100% sure. I usually commit like to a project long enough to where I can leave my hook in it most of the time. And as long as like I keep most of my crochet also around my desk, and I have a big tote under my desk, so I'll usually just roll it up very carefully and lay whatever I'm working on top of it. I would say that 88% of the time it's completely fine to do that. Absolutely, Bob. Oh, that is the wrong stitch. Did I not? I did not. Okay. One more. You can make some really cool dice bags and stuff with crochet, that is true. And I think once you get the fundamentals down, it's really, like, some stuff is very challenging to me still, but usually that has more to do with the amount of steps a project has than what it actually entails. Like, as far as skill level, a lot of it is just how in-depth the pattern has to be and how specific your stitches have to be. But most of the learning to do the stitches is fairly simple once you get, like, chaining, single, double, and I don't know, like, joining rows and stuff. After you can do that and keep straight edges, you're pretty much golden for most things. If we wanted to do a crochet along project, that's something I would consider. If that's something that you all think you might like to do. Oh gosh. I think that for the rest of the length of this, for simplicity, because it's going to, this part probably won't show as much as the wider parts of it. I might keep with this pattern of row of single, row of double, row of, like, ladder stitch. I think that would be something fun too. I just don't know how to organize something like that with keeping in mind, like, I would probably need to get a few ideas together for things that everyone might like, and maybe we could vote on what we do. And I would also probably want to keep it relatively low budget, depending on who wanted to do it, because I don't want to have to, I'm not going to try and get everybody to invest in a whole bunch of yarn, especially if you discover that you don't enjoy it. Which I guess something like a dice bag would be potentially a good starter project. Oh, like the little granny squares? We could do something like that, because those are relatively easy to get the hang of, and you can make as many as you want at home. And that would be useful, because then if you made a whole bunch of squares, I could just show people how to join them, and then they could make a blanket to suit whatever size they wanted. That's a pretty good idea. I know that for a while Quinn was talking about wanting to do a crochet type of thing, but I honestly never got with him one-on-one to talk about it. That could be fun. I also don't know how well that would work for Quinn though, because Quinn is always just playing games deep into the evening and then has to have beauty sleep, and I don't want to also have to make Quinn get up after an hour and a half of sleep to try and learn something. That seems abusive. I just don't know that it's legal for me to treat a doctor like that. Oh, bumping my computer screen. You have a few suspicions of what? Do you have suspicions that I've been abusing Dr. Quinn? Because I have not. Whenever I spelled his name wrong, that was autocorrect. That wasn't even me. No. Patrick's pulling a peepo leave. Good morning, Soda. Oh shit. I am messing this stitch all the way up. You know what? I said that these were single crochets earlier. They are not, and I need to apologize publicly for this. I have been doing half double crochets for these short rows, I believe. Maybe I'm just too tired and it's morning and I'm not remembering the name of the stitches. But these are, I'm like 99% sure I'm not even doing single crochets. Oh my god, how will I ever teach? I'm doing okay this morning, Soda. Oh, that. Duh. I really thought we were talking about the same thing for a minute. There's a ghastly in the chat. Let me chain 2, turn my work, stretch the yarn. That is the type of migraine, that's one of the types of migraines that I was reading about the other day. Congrats, Bob. Still rugged. Merlin, don't go fucking around. Our cat is so weird. You can already kind of see where I've been matching these rows instead of expanding, where this is kind of, it almost looks like it's starting to square out a little bit, and that's where it's starting to situate itself to go upwards. I have a hard time feeling confident whenever I use any ball that isn't the Ultra Ball, because I still lose quite a bit, but I have the best luck with Ultra Ball still, even over any of the specialty ones that I've used. Yeah, it is. You're not wrong. I hate that though, because I feel like it could be so cool if they just would do the thing. I don't know. It could be cool, and it is unfortunate that it is not. I think if I can get it, have a feature where I can do my computer screen instead of my hands on screen, maybe sometimes we could do like Stream Raiders instead of just waiting on the rugged Pokemon. We could also have battles or something. Plus, I feel like that could be a fun way to break up the projects that I do. I don't know. Something to think about. I feel like a lot of art streams don't really get quite as much interaction or anything from the chat, and I feel like that's why a lot of them suffer, and I feel like if there's little games and stuff to do, then everybody can have a really fun time. Yeah, I have no idea, and I also don't know, like, I'm in their Discord, so I'm sure the information is there, but, like, to set up the bot and all that I would be completely clueless on. All I know about Stream Raiders is that I kind of play it a lot. Okie dokie, Bob. I appreciate it. this pink is gonna get a little bit orangey soon. Do they have like super specific requirements? Not super specific, but like, do you have to have like a certain number of like size of your channel or anything? Oh, okay. I mean, I already have like 19 or 20, which is, I don't know, I feel like that's pretty decent for 3 streams. I think also, isn't it 50, oops, bumping my mic again. Isn't it 50 followers for channel points? No, it's affiliate, okay. I don't heckin' know. Oh, I've already got more than 3 average viewers. I think the first stream I had 9, and the second one I want to say I had either 7 or 8 average. I think I've been doing pretty good. Right. I heard my cat. Oh yeah, yes, and the most important part of all, the emotes. I do already have that one made, so... Okie dokie, Patrick. There's a Mantike in the chat. Okay.
Where's my keys?
Rugged. Trying to skip a stitch again. Thank you for the follow, Winnie Gracie. I appreciate that. How are you today? I think this combination that I'm doing is starting to look really, really nice. Here's that orange part it's starting to get into that I was speaking of. Very excited for that. Okay, double crochet. I'm making a cowl. It's like a kind of like an infinity scarf, but it comes up taller on the neck, kind of. I don't know why I assumed you didn't know what that was, but some people do not. This is kind of the whole length of it so far. Down at the bottom where I started, I was doing like a lot of variated stitches. So I have puff stitches and shell stitches and all kinds of different stitches and colors, and it's gonna come up. I guess the wider part would hit about, not to the end of the shoulder, but maybe to the middle between the neck and the shoulder, and then it sits kind of roughly. Well, that's the hope anyway. I've never made one freeform before. Jovoval, thank you for the follow. How are you today? I hope you're all doing well. Ooh, a bucket hat. Nice. I've made a bucket hat or two in my time. That's a project that I had also considered doing on stream at some point. Good old-fashioned bucket hat. I am so glad that they're coming back into fashion. My pronouns are, well, I have options for whatever people like. I usually introduce myself as he, him, his. I also like z, them. Most neo-pronouns do not bother me at all. I think that they are a good fun time, so if you like those are fine. Any neutral ones are also fine. But I generally use he, him. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. What are your pronouns? Oh, that sounds cool. None of my bucket hats have ears on them. It's very inventive. Oh no, the cat! Buddy. That is not super helpful. Sorry about that. He in gendered languages and they in non-gendered. Cool. Getting to the end of this row. I really like how these colors are transitioning together from the pink to the orange. That looks really good. I'm probably going to have to buy this yarn again. The colors have been amazing. Oh, I had a lot of problems with circles too. Did you make a chain circle, or were you doing a magic circle? Mood. My transition has consisted of buying cargo pants, okay? Don't even worry about it. There's no set time that it has to take. Oh shit. Dropping my stitches. I mean, obviously buying cargo pants isn't the only thing I've done. I have also made this bracelet. This yarn is Lion Brand Mandala yarn, and the color lot is called Wizard. I like chain circles a lot because they are easy. The magic circle is like complicated. I've only successfully done it maybe 3 times because I have a tendency to get frustrated with it. Oh, absolutely. I'm a big fan of knowing what other people's yarn is too. I like this brand a lot because it's not super expensive. And it's also not really, what's the word? It doesn't feel super rough. It's a little bit softer than some of the cheaper brands. All my homies hate Magic Circle. I agree, Sin. I think that pretty much everything looks good with ears. I've thought about making, what are the... Sin, you posted one the other day. It was like a hood with ears. I think that one was specifically like more Cheshire Cat, but I also like making oversized hoods in general. I think it would be really fun to make one with ears. See, I thought that it might make me a little bit dysphoric because when I had tried learning for a number of years and I couldn't get the hang of it, and I went to a class, and I wasn't the only trans person in that class, and I also wasn't the only guy in that class, and that was really nice, and that gave me a lot of confidence. Plus, at the end of the day, it all comes down to, like, I don't know, I'm not really making clothes yet, and a lot of men's patterns are mostly just sweaters, but since I'm teaching myself kind of how to freeform, I'm hoping that I can write some patterns, and then there will be, like, more variety. I did make a really sweet rainbow poncho once, though. I really skipped the... I completely skipped this row that I was gonna do up here, but it's fine because it's freeform. I'll get it on the next one. Oh. Ooh, I have no idea how to repair clothing. I wish that I could. I paint somewhat, but I haven't done it a whole lot lately. I really should, though. I was working on a picture of our dog. lately I've been seeing on TikTok and Pinterest a lot of videos of people doing like embroidery repair work on clothes. That stuff is amazing to me. Stitch flowers. Oh, that's still cool though. I've never really tried very creative stitching. Most of what I have done consists of sewing patches onto a denim vest, and that's about it. My grandmother was a seamstress, but she had arthritis and was super old by the time that I was born already, so I didn't get to learn a whole lot from her. Anything like that I am all about, though. Hey, I mean, you gotta start somewhere, though. Still more than I could probably do. I also really like cross stitch. I've never done it, but I love how it looks. I'm just not quite ready to invest in a new project right now. And by new project, I just mean like when I start a new craft, it takes over my life for a while. And I just can't have another special interest at the moment. I have enough. Ooh, handmade gifts. I love making things for people. Beesgabaz, thank you for the follow. Oh wait, Bees Go Buzz. I am so dumb. I pronounced that weird. I apologize. I guess everybody has to fumble names at some point. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you're having a good day or night or whatever you have. We love bees. Thank you. It took me way too long. It took a very long time. I found the pattern on, I think it's just called candypatterns.com. There's a lot of cuff and bracelet patterns on there. I'm not super good at making stuff with beads, but I really like it. I've always really liked it. Really fun style. And I don't imagine it would be very difficult to make one for pretty much every pride flag out there. Yeah, I'm a little bit better with just the strings as well. Part of it is keeping track of where the weave is going with all the beads in the way. Plus I drop beads everywhere, every time. They go all over the floor. I step on them later. It's a whole process. Totally worth this bracelet though, not gonna lie. I wear it almost every day. I do not have ticks, but one of my friends does, and I literally pictured them, and it was very cute in my head. There was this girl that I was watching on YouTube who has ticks, and she was like doing this thing where it was reading you a bedtime story, but I let all of my ticks just happen. Or it was titled something like that, and it was really, really good content. Ooh, that was a weird noise. I apologize. I hit my bracelet on the microphone. I'm going to actually back up the microphone because that is the third or fourth time that I have bumped it. It might just be a bit too close. I have some ticks, but they are not super noticeable. They're not really anything that would make me mess up beads or drop them. Mine are kind of brought on more by sensory things. I know all about that anxiety, yo. I hate it. One of my friends has Tourette's, so they have little tics, and I do not have Tourette's. I am on the OCD spectrum, and I also have ASD, and I believe that it is to do with either one or both of those. And ultimately, my counselor that I used to see said that that was most likely the case as well, but that they were nothing to be worried about. I usually get like a really big shiver, I guess is what I would call it. A like very noticeably large shiver down my spine randomly. And most people don't notice it, but sometimes people do. And I'm just like, I know it's not chilly. I just have to. Brain is very weird. Sometimes I imagine the inside of my brain is just SpongeBob and that jellyfish having a rave party in there. No thoughts, only dance. This is not specifically a pride flag, but I did strategically choose a rainbow yarn. So it's kind of themed, but it's not quite like actual pride rainbow. I guess it could be Pride Rainbow. This is gonna be like a cowl scarf thingy though. Oh shit, the penguins from Madagascar. They're just like Scooby-Doo and Adventure Time, everybody's having a party, and the penguins are just scooting around the sides of your brain, very dramatic. Kowalski. That's great. I love that. I love Adventure Time. Ooh, what a coincidence. My name is Sebastian, but a lot of people call me Pickles. You may use whichever. Shortened forms of Sebastian are also totally okay. Sebby. I've never heard that one, but I like that one. That is fair. I've only recently acquired that game. It is my first time playing it. I like it a lot so far. Even though my farm looks very messy, to be completely honest. It looks like hot garbage, but everybody's nice to me. I just keep giving people flowers and it seems to be working out. That's a lot. Even though it's only my first playthrough, I can definitely see a lot of replay value in it. I haven't quite... Okay, maybe this is something that's more of a challenge on PC, I'm not sure, but fishing. I am having so much of a challenge learning how to fish. I'm not good at it at all. So all of my fishing skill, which is like barely any, I've gotten from like picking stuff up off the shore. Bob, how is it fun if the fish only pulls and you don't know how to... I don't know if it's the mouse. I don't know how to... Am I supposed to repeatedly click? Do I click and hold it? It's like it wants me to do everything. Mostly I've been sleeping on it for now. I'm gonna have to take an afternoon and just figure it out one day. In bursts. I'll try that. I tried it once. I've caught one fish, and it was extremely slow, and I don't remember what kind it was, but it basically just hovered at the bottom, and I barely had to touch everything. You almost never hold click and bursts. I will try that. It was just very awkward the first few times that I did it. See, I didn't do that either. I just was going out with what I had. This is the information I've been needing. Okay. And is, like, when the fish move, like, sometimes you'll get one that, like, it'll shoot up really fast, and then it'll hover there, and it'll go down and up and down, and I never know when it's in the weird middle up, down, up, down. I know that the opposite of what I need to do is panic click, but that's usually what happens. It'll start going up and down really fast, and I'm like, well, guess I'll die. I did finally get, I went in the mine and I got to the point where I could use the elevator to get back up recently, so that was nice. Stay over there. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. Click exclamation point Pokestart and it will give you a starter Pokemon and a few balls to start with. You basically, I believe if you chat every 10 to 15 minutes, don't quote me on that. I'm sure Bob knows better than I do because Bob is wise. I believe that's how you get the Poke Dollars to build up, and then you can buy more in the Poke Shop. This game also has a Discord where you can get like a daily, if that's something that, if you're a big fan of the little extension games. 15 minutes. Thank you, Bob. I also don't know what kind of Pokemon that is. Klefki? That's one of the new ones I haven't seen yet, I guess. I run kind of hot and cold on this game. We all like to say it's rigged or rugged as a joke, because it's kind of random. I have a lot of nostalgia for certain Pokemon games, like Pokemon Crystal was my first one, and I really like it. I have Let's Go Eevee. I think that's pretty fun. I did get the new Pokemon Snap, and I really, really enjoy that. I like that because it's very relaxing. It's a whole nother vibe of Pokemon, though. It's kind of hard for me to keep up because when I was younger, I played the games a lot more, and then when I started working and stuff, I didn't really have a lot of time to play them, so I didn't really buy them, and that's how I would always learn about the new Pokemon, was playing the games. So I am a bit lost as to how far along the National Pokedex is supposed to be. I used to collect cards, but I never really played with them. Ooh. What starter did you choose? Gen 2's pretty good in my opinion. Cinequil? I believe that one's Cinequil. I think all the starters in that generation are genuinely good. I don't feel that way about all of them. That's a cute name. I understand that. Were you streaming the show? Or were you, like, streaming people playing Pokemon? Okay, I get ya. I've never played Leaf Green or Fire Red. I want to say something about them was supposed to be weird, but I'm not sure what it was. My little brother had those. I want to say the art style was different. Oh, I gotta take a stretch break. Sorry. Stiff shoulders. Okay. As long as it's... I mean, like, I heard that they were cute. Like, games, they were just different. And, obviously, when it's something as big as Pokemon, there's gonna be some people that are buttheads about it. I'm usually not a stickler for art style changes, really. Like, that stuff's fine by me. Makes things interesting. So if you like Stardew and stuff like that, do you also like Animal Crossing? Thank you. I think it's turning out pretty good. Nice. I too play Animal Crossing. I love that game. I have over 200 hours in it. I did make a new, not super recently, but I got it closer to when it came out, and I made an island, and when I got to terraforming, I wrecked all my stuff, honestly. It looked so bad. And then I stopped playing it for a while, and every time I'd go on, I'm like, this looks like crap. So eventually I started over, and it was the best decision of my life. I play it, like, I log on pretty much every day now. Just to, even if I'm just gonna run around and, like, talk to people. My island just looks really good now, compared to before. Went in with more of a game plan. Yeah, the Mario stuff is pretty good. I have a few mushrooms out on my island because I'm trying to make it look kind of like a fantasy-scape. So I had to go get those mushrooms. Oh, that's fun. How did you build a cave? That sounds dope. Okay, see, I hadn't even really tried to, like... This is just how... Sometimes I just take things and I'm like, oh yes, thank you for the gift, and then I put it in my storage. But, I hadn't even tried stacking the blocks. Oh, YouTube's amazing for stuff like that. I've also seen a lot of really good, like, themes and stuff on Pinterest. They also have a lot of codes on there, but I don't currently have the Nintendo Pass or whatever, so I can't really use them. Which is a bummer, because I kind of, like, some of my friends are really good at the clothes and stuff, and I want to go to their stores and buy their clothes. Stretch the yarn. You made a tit beanie. That's amazing. I mean, I don't feel like you really... The good thing about the events on Animal Crossing Soda is they go around every year, like holidays. So if you've missed something this year, you don't have to worry about missing it forever. So if you just get on intermittently, that's an okay thing for Animal Crossing. Though some of your animals might give you a little bit of shit, I'm not even gonna lie. Which villager wore the tit hat? Please, it's important. Oh, gotta stretch again. I have the worst posture. The Voodoo Bunny? Which one is that? Is it like the one that is like stitched looking? I can picture it, but I don't know the name. I think there's one that looks stitched like it's plushy, and then the only other one I could think of would be cocoa, but cocoa is coconuts. And also a lot of people think that cocoa looks scary, and I disagree. Is it Coco? I love Coco so much. One of my friends, they had an empty plot on their island and they didn't log on for like a week. And they got back on and Coco had moved herself into the island and they had no idea. They thought that she was glitched. They thought she was just a nightmare, like, paralysis demon glitch. And I'm like, no, Coco is real and she is wonderful. I don't have her on my island, but I love her. I have, what is his name? I have the one that's a dog that looks like he's wrapped up like a mummy. And I like him a lot. He's really cute. The inside of his house is like a little, I want to say it looks kind of like an Old West graveyard. Like it's kind of deserty on the inside of his house and dirt, dry dirt is the floor. I've never played it on GameCube. New Horizons is the first one I've ever actually owned. I've played a little bit of other ones. I think the one that I played was New Leaf because it was on a DS. Ooh, emulated. That's neat. I love that stuff. Listen, I'm not saying that I think it's fine, but I'm not saying that I think it's really a problem either. I'm choosing my words carefully in case I ever want to play Animal Crossing on a stream so that I don't get got by the Nintendies people. They be strict. You really should have caught that apalm. That's rigged. I don't think it would actually be a problem if I talked about that on stream. I just know that they've shut down stuff before and I don't have time for cease and desist letters. I'm not gonna read that shit. I'm just gonna keep doing what I do and then get in trouble. Because I just throw caution to the wind sometimes. Kind of like with this cowl that I'm making. Hopefully it turns out how I'm thinking it will, which is moderately okay. Between moderately okay and good. Your island is snowing? Wait, is it like really cold where you live? I guess I've never asked you what the climate where you live is. Do you live in the Arctic? Hey, little stubby toes, how are you? Why is it snowing in Florida? Oh, that could be, actually, if your date and time isn't synced to where you live, that could be why it's snowing. Because that's how people time travel in Animal Crossing. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Stretch the yarn. So now the top of this is straight, whereas the bottom kind of flares out, so that when it lays, like when it's attached, it'll kind of drape on the shoulder a little bit. Hopefully. Hopefully it doesn't look really weird. How tall is this actually? Because, because I don't want it to be too tall on the neck, because this one isn't quite large the way some of my other ones are, so it won't really facilitate a hood, if that makes sense. Because this part is a little bit more narrow, and the hood would basically, like, instead of being a nice hood shape, I think if I kept going, it might turn into just a weird tube. Like a tube around your face. And I don't know if people would think that is fashionable. I'm sure somebody would, but I don't know who. Oh, yeah, I can see that making sense. Face tube. The other ones that I've made are kind of like a face tube, but I don't want it to be like super tight around the chin. That would be bizarre, wouldn't it? Let me, hold on. I'm going to move this and wrap this around me where you cannot see it, because I'm not doing that, but I just want to make sure that it's doing the right thing. Ugh. No, I mean, it feels kind of okay. It feels kind of weird and fucky at the same time. I don't know. I can't decide if I think that I might need to make this... I might want to make it wider, but I want to keep it freeform. Yeah, see, I want it to look funky, kind of like it's on purpose. Like, how do I describe it? Because what I'm thinking of... I'm actually thinking of one specific person that I've seen on Ravelry who does yarn stuff, and this woman makes like almost art piece style like shawls and stuff like that, and they have all kinds of dangly bits and like weird shapes and textures. So I think that's kind of what I want to do with this, because it's just really cool. Let me catch back up to chat. I hope you get a little relaxation today, Stubby. Where was I going? My whole train of thought. It was never on the rails to begin with. I think I'm going to make this a little bit wider, and then I could facilitate to make it longer and more tube-like. But I need to make it wider on the sides. And to do that, but keep it freeform. How am I going to keep it... Okay, let's go along this side and see what we can do. We're getting experimental here, chat. I feel like it's gonna start looking really weird, and anybody who clicks on the chat is gonna be like, what is going on with this yarn? Yarn chaos is fine. It's completely legal to make chaos with yarn. Okay. I'm just gonna go around the very edge. Around, that's a weird way. I'm gonna go into like the between the last two stitches, and that's where I'm gonna start this row on the side. For double crochets, I'm gonna be putting 2 in the side, and for these half doubles, I'm only going to do 1 in most of the spots because of how it's so variated. This is kind of how you do the sides on a blanket anyway. You kind of just go into spaces that are the most available, because when you have different stitches, it can be hard to imagine a specific count of what you need across different types of stitches, especially when it comes to stuff with like, you know, like the bean stitches and the puff stitches and all that. So I'm going to mostly just go into where the available spaces are, but each specific double crochet will have 2, just to make sure that there's not gaps. Because gaps can be annoying sometimes. Sometimes they're not super noticeable though. I prefer not to risk it. This is going pretty quickly, I feel like. I was worried I wasn't going to be able to find spaces in this little bend, but that was foolish of me. This pattern's, it's varied, but like not super inconsistent. Oh shit! How do I turn them on? I can turn them on. Maybe I can turn them on. I have to go. Is sound alert something I do in Twitch, or is that in Streamlabs? I feel like that's a Twitch thing. Oh, is it Streamlabs? Let's figure it out. Because I do have those. Patrick helped me I have some stuff and I don't have other stuff, and I wasn't sure what all the stuff I needed was. Settings, maybe. Maybe not. What is this? Themes. I'm gonna click on alert box library question mark. Oh, this is something completely different than what I thought it was gonna be. Settings. Notifications. Enable sound. I think maybe that was it. I don't know. I clicked an enable button. Hopefully that does it. Oh, shit. I just really will not stop punching the microphone today. There's a wild cacnea in the chat. I'm probably gonna have Patrick show me some more stuff like that. Nope, still off. Okay. We'll do some tests whenever I get off of here and sort it all out. I am still learning where stuff is within Streamlabs, because I do this really amazing thing where I have a stream and it goes well, and then I don't touch Streamlabs again until it is time for the next stream. That is what I've done so far, except for when I was setting up my screens. And I need to excuse me. I need to poke around in there more, because I want to get a couple of can the sound alerts work? So it said on the sound alerts extension that I could have them, I just couldn't charge bits for sounds, which I strategically chose ones that I knew that I didn't hate in the first place because of that. So eventually I can do that, but until I get something like that, they will be free. Some of them might stay free, I don't know. As long as nobody comes in and acts like an ass, I'm not gonna try and take away fun. As long as I don't get people in my chat like, cough cough, Dr. Quinn's chat room gets, cough cough. Yes, in it with a band hammer. I don't really feel like that happens very often on, like, art streams, though. I don't know, maybe I don't watch I need a drink after I finish this row. Like, I watch art streamers quite a bit, a little bit less than people who game nowadays, because pretty much everybody in the chats of people that I watch are you all, so I already know everybody there. But I do watch a lot of art streams, and most people don't really mess around too much. Dry throat. Whew. Oh, and my mouse is still in there. In the fucking... Ugh. Oh, that is so much better. I just really needed to finish the row first. Okay. Yeah, that's how I feel about it too, and I really like that about art streams. Even very, like, low quality ones I sometimes really get into, just because they are very relaxed. Mine's very low quality too, by the way, if anyone's wondering. Like, it's not great. Not that I think it's bad, I think... I really do have a tickle in my throat. I think I have allergies. Like, I think my setup is pretty nice. But I've also watched all the stuff that all of the stuff that Patrick and Mitch have gotten, and like all the stuff they do with their stream, and so it's like if you saw the rooms side by side, you would be like, wow, bare bones. I do like this webcam for the most part. Like, it kind of refocuses a lot, but I'd rather it refocus than stay unfocused. I think Patrick's home. Oh, yeah. I forgot to... Not that this is a really big deal, but this morning, Patrick and I actually had breakfast at breakfast time, which is amazing. We rarely do that. Eating on a schedule is a challenge for us. I'm pretty excited that I actually had food in the morning, as opposed to mid-afternoon. It was great. He made me an egg and cheese sandwich. I really like this orange. That is a good bright orange. I especially like where it's attached, like, from here to here, like, against these colors, which makes sense because purple is, like, orange's complementary color on the color wheel, but, like, but still, I feel like right there it just, like, pops very nicely. Oh. I think Patrick's gonna have to help me set that up too. When I'm telling y'all I don't know how to do anything, I mean that I can't. Ugh. I clicked on one thing earlier to look at sounds, and I immediately like got lost. I saw one button that said the notifications were enabled, but like the sounds were not, and I clicked enable and then nothing changed, and so I chose to touch nothing else. Because I'm not trying to jack up my Streamlabs. From what I understand, it already needs all the help it can get. Oh wait, I have to set up my own Discord? I can't just piggyback off of yours? That was like half a joke. I don't expect to do that my whole life. I also just don't know how to run a Discord. I'm sure it's not super challenging. Just because of the way that the app works, I just don't think it would be very hard. I've just never done it. That's good because I usually use the Discord on my Surface on the desktop version. That is my favorite way. This is going to most likely be, I guess, like a shell on this corner, is how I'm kind of doing this. One chain. One. There we go. 3. And now our little detour on the side is over. That'll give me a little more width to work with. And if I have to do that again, we can do it again, because freeform. It's exciting. I also think whenever I get near the end, depending on, like on the outside of the project on different parts of it, I might do a little bit of surface crochet, which is basically what it sounds like. You attach the yarn to the top of the surface of your project and then do stitches across the already made stitches. And that can look really cool. I have a couple of big hoods that I've done that too, but I've never done it on a cowl. Anything I can do to make this just like the biggest, gaudiest, rainbowiest wearable. Ooh, cheese toast. That is a worthy cause. I hope you are successful. There's a Phoebus in the chat. Good luck to everybody trying to catch it. I think I have one too, but I'm not sure. It's not a super important one for me right now. Not enough to stop crocheting anyway. Congrats, Sai. Oh yeah, Sai, later we have to go in and fix the sound alerts because Stubby was trying to make sound alerts and it didn't work. And I didn't want to stop the whole operation to go into Streamlabs and figure it out. I mean, I did stop for a minute just to see if it was easy to find. But yeah. Oh, are yours broken right now too? All of them? Didn't think that all of them were. Because I thought the potato song played last night. Good afternoon, Snake. How are you today? let me fold this and see where I'm at as far as width. I might go down the other side as well. Let me see this. Yeah, okay. So I think I'm gonna go down this side once with the with half doubles, and then I'm not quite finishing it, but I am going to connect the two sides. And then when I get, so I'm going to go down one way and then connect it up, and then I'm going to start working in the top in the round, is how that's called, when you just go in a circle basically. So I have to click something, probably. And what I clicked was not the right thing. Cool. Oh. So I guess my main question right now for the chat is, for my very next project, like that I do on stream, should I get some yarn and start planning a like granny square follow along project, or should I get some like chunky yarns and do like the animal ear hood thing? Because either would be fairly easy for me to do live. I feel like those are two really good options we have right now that we've been talking about. I feel like I know that Sin wants the ear thing. Not to be too presumptuous. Or I could do just a regular hood without ears, or I could do a scarf. There's really a lot of options. I could do a cowl that is not freeform, and therefore it will make way more sense when people watch it. Chunky yarn. We got one vote for chunky yarn. I do love a good chunky yarn. I also would probably be okay with a crunchy yarn if I needed to use it. See, that's kind of how I'm feeling, is the ears are great. Cool, I will start getting supplies together for that then. Ooh, I have no idea how to do eyes yet. That might have to wait. I might have to try those on my own first, so that it's not too weird. because I'm prone to trying things for the first time and it always turning out really, really weird. Yeah, see, that's what I was also thinking, Bob, is I don't want anyone to feel like they have to rush out and make a yarn investment today, because I know how it is. Okay, and now I'm going to start attaching the sides. And doing this when you like have one side that is definitely the inside and one is definitely the outside is very easy. Let me not hit this drink, because whatever's on the inside won't show up. So it doesn't matter if it is a little bit, like, not perfect on the seam, but I also feel that it is pretty simple to do. So, corner to corner, I'm going to go, let's see, I'm trying to hold my yarn out of the way and get this to focus. I'm going to go into 2 stitches, which is going to put, I have my yarn on my hook, I have 1 stitch, and I have the 2nd stitch. I'm going to grab the yarn, like wrap it around the hook, and pull it through both of the stitches, and it is a little bit tight. Usually the first, ooh, that came through really fast. The first time it is often a little bit snug at first. I'm glad your cheese toast is great. And I basically continue this the whole way around. This is the single crochet that I was talking about earlier whenever I was actually doing half doubles. It's literally, you go into your loop, you pull one up, you wrap over, and you pull through 2. I was doing a whole extra step. Okay. And because I'm left-handed, I'm going to keep the project inside out, because that is basically the direction that naturally I crochet things in. And that will just keep my stitches more consistent throughout the piece. Oh wait, I'm trying to half double over here. And so you get one line down the middle, basically. Oh my god. I really do just keep trying to like half double and double crochet along this line though. Like a fool. Like a damn fool. This is a bit difficult to demonstrate, to be completely honest. I'm used to having this way up in my own business while I do it, not under a webcam. So I'm used to holding it very close to my face. Because that's how I focus. I put my face on it. I hear Patrick in the other room. Screaming. He's not really screaming, he was laughing. But I also heard screaming. It sounded incoherent. Was it Quinn? I thought it was, but I didn't want to be like yelling out that Quinn was on if he wasn't. I didn't want to mislead anybody.
Quinn said there's a tiger somewhere, and then he climbed up on a roof and a fucking tiger ran down and bit him in the face.
Well, why would... If he knew, then why did he...
It was a surprise tiger. We knew it was there, we just didn't know where it was.
He needs to use his own cat-like reflexes to win, okay? I believe in him. If you have a PhD, you can do anything. Or something. I don't know. Do you know what's some complete BS? Well, not really. Art is completely subjective. That's just a thing. You can either love it or hate it. It doesn't matter because somebody else is going to love it or hate it. But because art is so subjective, you can only go as high as a master's degree. In fine arts, there is no such thing as a doctorate. And I feel like that's foolish because based solely on the fact that I would like to demand that people call me doctor, but then I come in and like do paintings instead. Like if you can get a doctorate in writing, why can't you get a doctorate of painting? I think that's silly. Because of that, I could never be a doctor. You can still get a master's degree though. But a lot of people don't realize that fine art doesn't have a doctorate, so if all you have is your MA, I don't know. I feel like some people are still willing to discredit you because you don't have a PhD on your name, that's really their failing of not understanding how arts programs works. But yeah, see, it would be cool. Hunter S. Thompson was a doctor of journalism, and he insisted that everybody call him doctor, and he was kind of a douchebag, so I don't know why I couldn't do it. I'm just gonna be like, when I'm old, I'm probably just gonna go crazy and start calling myself a doctor, so it really won't matter. At some point, I'll be a doctor either way. We're getting up to the top of our circle. Most of the time I don't crochet these flat to begin with. I start them in a circle, but I wasn't sure if that was going to display very well on camera. So I chose to do it this way, which kind of made it a little bit more fun with the freeform style because I got to go off on the sides and have a little side adventure with the orange yarn. I do like to do them like kind of attached from the beginning though, because as I go, and if you choose to make anything like this as you go, you might like to try it on as you proceed, and that way you know it's fitting exactly how you like it. But this is basically what the seam for what I've done looks like, and it is a little ridge, and you know when you're done you will flip it inside out and that will be invisible and you will just have the orange stripe. But we are not quite done yet, I don't believe. I am going to try on the sleeve though. Which is what it looks like, is a giant sleeve kind of. If it doesn't fit, it's gonna be a giant sleeve. Okay, it goes on. I'm not gonna lie, it is a little bit snug. Woo! But that's okay. I'm not super worried about it. I want to do another row of this stitch that looks like a sideways, it's like a ladder. And then I'm going to do a peacoat stitch on the top and bottom edge. And then I think I'm going to do some surface crochet on it. And then I think that will be this project, I guess. I will have maybe some yarn left over. My ball of yarn fell on the floor. I will maybe have some yarn left over. But it depends on how much surface crochet I do. But it's going to look really good when I do that, because what's left, basically, is a little bit of this purple. And that might end up on the top and bottom edges only, I'm not sure. But then we have this really pretty blue and like very bright green, like what we have on the very bottom. And I think that's going to look nice. The only reason that I feel that this is a little snug at the top, also, like, full disclosure, is because I have so many piercings in my face that it almost immediately tried to get hooked on my septum. It did not, but I thought it was going to. For a split moment. I'm looking forward to doing the surface stitching. I haven't done it in some months. The last time I did it, I was working on a hood, and I want to say it was November or December. I love those colors too, honestly. They are such good colors. I bet you could find some yarn that was a nice gradient between the three. I'm sure somebody has one. And I think after I finish this, I'm going to switch to digital art. But what I think I want to do is start on a break screen, because I don't have one. And I will be taking a break in between because I have to use the bathroom, and you'll see a starting screen instead of the break screen because I haven't made it yet. But yeah, I think it would be cool to make like a BRB screen. And then I might consider, I've seen a lot of people make borders for their like different pages, so like if I'm live and I'm doing crochet, I could maybe have a crochet themed like border that goes all around the screen, like something small and like not obviously gonna take up a lot of room, but I think that would look really nice. Ooh, yeah. Also, I need you to tell me when you're done with the hat, because I need to hear all about it. I'm really excited for the trans bear hat. That sounds like the best. I've thought about getting specific yarns that are pride flag themed. But I couldn't decide on like particular what would it be? I guess the specific hues, because I can find the pastel pink and blue easily enough if I go with baby yarn. But if I want like chunky yarn or something like that, I've yet to find quite the right colors to make very much. I am a little bit particular though, to be honest. I have Discord, but I don't have my own Discord. That's probably gonna have to be the next thing I figure out after the sound alerts. Right now, I'm mostly camping out in my partner's Discord. Because they game, so they have one. Yes. I don't know if you can... Let me check my thing. I might have posting links disabled, actually. I don't know if I just had it in my rules to ask or not, which you could try, Bob, and if it doesn't, then I can fix it. Because if you join that one, then I can figure out mine and we will still be in contact. That is through... Okay. That's through this one, I know. Links, it does not say that they are blocked, so you should be good. I would believe that, Stubby. Congrats, Bob, on posting the link and still being here. Honestly, I feel like even if you weren't supposed to do that, you would be mostly safe because Sai and Sin are the mods, so I don't think you would have any problem. So there is that row. Yeah, we are all, that I know of that is talking, we are all in that Discord. And when I make mine, I can message you there. Or, like, I will probably be allowed to drop a link. Nobody's ever told me not to anyway. They're just, like, they will put my streams in their announcements anyway, so it'll probably be fine. All I think I have to do for Discord when making one is, like, just have the little chat areas and stuff set up. And then it just kind of does its thing, right? That's what I thought. When I was younger, I was on amino apps. I don't know if you know what that is. It's mostly a cesspool now, but you could make your own little communities and stuff like that. And little forums, and I figured it was a very similar premise. Does anyone know if, there we go. Last time whenever I tried to, it was time to log off, I tried to raid someone. I think it was either Quinn or Domo, and I couldn't get it to work. Does anyone know if that's, like, because of how new my Twitch is, like, for streaming? Oh, it was Tiny Piner Gaming. Okay, thank you. I knew it was somebody that's on quite a bit. I don't know why that didn't work. Still. I'm not gonna pretend I had really thought about it that much. Because I get distracted very easily. But I would like to be able to fix that if I can. Unless it's something where I just have to wait for more followers, and then obviously I will just wait. There's a wild Dunsparce in the chat. This is kind of the, that one looks weird. This is the, like, I don't know what you would call it, the border, I guess, that I'm working on. They don't have notifications on small raids or raids block. Like, I couldn't even set up a raid at all, basically. Like, it showed me who was online, and I could click on it, but, I really think on my end it was something. It could have also just been Streamlabs being weird. It works for me and I'm not affiliate. Yeah, see, I thought that it would. Probably just Streamlabs being weird, I guess. That did happen to Sai one time, I think, where he wasn't really able to set up his stuff. I'm on OBS too. They're all a bit fucky. Well, we'll try it again later, and see if it works out. Yeah, that's what I want. No, not that way. Yeah, that's probably what it was. It was just a bummer. Because I was like, oh, dang. I was gonna get to do something cool. Go back on. We're getting into that really pretty purple now. It's very pastel, almost periwinkle bluish gray in some spots, and I really just think that comes strictly from like the blue pigment and the orange hitting each other, but it looks really pretty. The variants in it are a bit more visible in person though, because webcam. Gotta go get ready for it. I hope you have a good day at work, Soda. And I appreciate you coming and hanging out. Oh yeah, the better Twitch TV emotes. Those should still show up for you if you have them, from what I'm told. I think if you have them, that they're always there for you, but maybe not. Maybe I do need to download them. Which I'm not opposed to, and it's not like a real thing. I do really like how it's been this long, and anytime anybody does those emotes, I still just see the words pee poo ha and a goose and all that stuff. That's like basically my favorite. Oh, okay. See, I was told that if you all had it, like, in general, it would be fine. But I don't know. I thought it sounded weird, and it turns out it was. So I will get them, so that y'all can cat jam. Salty corn. Ha ha ha. But see, I would see it as salty corn in anybody's chat. That's why it's funny. Okay. I need to figure out where my scissors are now, because I hadn't planned on needing them for some stupid reason. They were laid out, actually. They were not hard to find. Okay. Me using right-handed scissors. Example 1. Bloop. I'm going to tie off this top row. And to do that, I'm going to hold the tail and I'm going to pull it through all the way. And then I'm going to pull very, very tightly, and the knot gets very, very small. And then I'm going to get a slightly smaller hook. Well, this one's more than slightly smaller. This one is 5mm. This one is 3. I'm going to use the 3. Some people use embroidery needles, I believe, and there's also crochet needles. I just use a smaller hook, and I grab it and I pull it through. And I'm going to pull this purple back and like weave it through the colors that it's already like related to, and it will become basically invisible. You have really got to want to look to find a tail in a project to find it most of the time. When I first started crocheting, I did not think it was neat stubby. I thought it was a lie. I was like, listen, there's no way that you can just weave it. Ah, Spaceberry. Thank you for following. How are you? I thought it was like somebody was punking me when they were like, yeah, you can really just weave your ends in and it'll all stay together and it won't fall apart. And I really didn't want to believe that for a long time. I was so worried that everything was going to unravel. It really doesn't, though. I'm hyped because it's Friday, too. Because Friday's my stream day. We're doing a bit of crochet. I'm actually doing edges on this piece, and then I'm going to start doing some surface crochet on the top of this project. It's a cowl. I think it's going to be really fun. Okay, so I've took that through this whole part, and then this little snippet can just go away. Like, that's not a big deal. I do keep all of my little snips, though. I keep them in a baggie. And I keep them because, like, for projects like when I made Bernie and stuff, like, he's filled with stuffing mostly, but you can also save the little scraps and fill up little things with them if you need stuffing. And if it's small enough, then sometimes a baggie full of them can be enough. Okay, now I'm gonna start on this bottom. Okay. So I'm going to redo my slip knot. Bloop. Get another drink. Okay. Let me find my seam. That's where I try to keep everything fastened to the same general area of the piece. Just for organizational purposes, really. Okay. Chain one. Basically all of the border that I'm doing it's called a peacoat edge. It is one single crochet, two single crochets, and then at the second single crochet I'm going to chain 3. 1, 2, 3, and then I'm going to go in to this second single crochet, and I am going to pull a loop through, and then I'm going to pull it through the other one and make a slip stitch, and that fastens it into a little like bubbly part. And then I do another single crochet, another single crochet, and then I do that again. I go 1, 2, 3, inside of the single crochet, pull up a loop, and pull it through for slip stitch. And I basically just do that all the way around. I do this edge on I've done it on a poncho one time, and then I also did it on a blanket, and I think it looks kind of nice. It's one of the only edges I know that would be considered like mildly fancy, I guess. There's other ways to accomplish doing this as well. From what I understand, this is just the most easy way that I've found how to do it. After I do this row, I am going to take a brief break, like I said. Go to the bathroom, get another drink, that sort of thing, and then I'm going to come back and start on the surface crochet. Spaceberry, I really like your energy. It is good. Ooh, I like that emote. So much yarn to unravel. Ooh. Oh, almost pulled it out. That's what we've got so far. I guess you can kind of see how the yarn is a little bit, like you can see little splotches of the very light orange in it against the very soft purple. It's not too invisible. There I go again. It is very easy for me to just decide that I'm going to keep doing a stitch over and over and over without finishing what I'm trying to do. Because it's basically every other single crochet you do the chain 3, and I just want to keep doing singles. Oh, I know, I love this yarn so much. This is all one yarn ball. One yarn ball had all of these colors inside. This is the Lion Brand Mandala yarn, and it is the Wizard color lot, which is part of why I liked it too, because I love a good wizard. I kind of love a bad wizard too, let's be honest. Wizards in general, good times. At least you're counting your stitches. I've been talking about the importance of count stitches when I started this project, and honestly I ended up like, kind of giving up on that. Not because it didn't matter, but because it was actually, like, it was freeform already, and I kind of just wanted to be able to pay more attention to chat, and I'm like, listen, it can be freeform without counting stitches, it'll be fine. And now I'm at this big rainbow mess of a cowl, and I think it still looks pretty good. Though, with doing a bucket hat, the stitch count is a bit more important, I would say, to get the proper bucket effect, really. About halfway done with this edge. I feel like we're making pretty good time today, too. Good, good. I wish I was a math god. I can't even do, like... Well, I can do business math, which is, like, what you need, I guess. I have always struggled with math, though. I was not very good at pre-algebra, and it only got worse from there. Oh, you're not telling nobody. I was so bad at math. I'm still bad at math. I probably could not tell you how to divide a fraction at all. I don't remember why I needed to know that, but I know that the year that started to happen was when I really started to go downhill. Regular division was not my favorite, and then they had to put fractions in it. They just didn't understand that I was an artiste. I don't have the time to be fooling about with numbers all the time. I've also never had a job that required me to know very much math, so there is also that. I do know that some jobs really require it. Not mine. Any that I've ever had, though. Oh, that's cool. Linguistics major. I don't even know what all that entails as a major. How in depth is it? I mean, I know that it's in depth enough for a degree, but like, where does that rabbit hole lead? Linguistics. my major was the fine arts. I could only afford to go and get my associate's degree, which is 2 years. And it's not an invalid degree to any extent. However, an associate's only really allows you to get the basic 101 classes for art, because you spend so much of the first 2 years doing other mandatory types of classes, such as math and all those other things, which most of them I did find valuable, but I also didn't get as much art in the first 2 years as I had genuinely hoped to. Ooh, I didn't know that Polish high school had majors. That's cool. All my high school ever had was like almost a shooting. That was a bit dark, but true. We didn't have anything. Well, I went to public school until the 8th grade, and I was having a lot of trouble, in part because I had some things that weren't diagnosed yet that were causing issue and stuff, but my mom ended up homeschooling me for 2 years about, and I got most of the requirements for my state for all of high school done in that time, because it's really not that rigorous in America. They just give you a lot of busy work. So I was able to start college a bit early instead of doing all of my high school. So I had a major when I was high school age, but our high schools do not have majors, if that makes sense. Technically, I started going to college when I was 16. Oh, literally same. Middle school is the worst. One of my friends became a teacher, and they agree with me that, like, middle schoolers are the most evil people on the planet. Especially 5th graders. Oh my god. I loved my 5th grade teacher, but I hated pretty much my whole class. And the thing about me in school was I was the quiet book kid, and I seemed relatively normal aside from the fact that, like, I was always known for being the most quiet, and I still hated everybody. Because everybody was still, like, really not nice to me a lot of the time. I definitely get it. I'm not trying to go too in-depth with it either, because I don't want to be, like, super negative, but there definitely is a lot of challenges in middle school. And sometimes hormones are the least of those problems. I'm glad you're not in middle school anymore, though. Now you get to have a linguistics major in high school, which still is just, like, kind of mind-blowing to me, because it just sounds very cool and like a very focused way to study for some reason is how it sounds. Just sounds better than here. Did you all hear that? Did you hear what Patrick did? Because I heard what Patrick did. He's making sounds in the other room if you didn't hear what he did. Oh gosh, stay on the thing. I'll get there, I promise. Oh, and now my dog is coughing really loud in the doorway of the bedroom. It was not the dog, Patrick. Ooh, there's an emolga in the chat. Listen, Patrick, I definitely don't believe you now. Yeah, see, that's what I thought it meant, and that is just so cool. That is the preparation for life that I really feel like is beneficial compared to like most schools now that I think about it. I don't know much about a lot of schools in other places though, to be completely honest with you. Oh, it's free. I'm coming to Poland. Scoot over. That sounds great. If you get the first one for free, like, do you feel like getting like a second degree or something is a reasonable price there? Like, considering that you do get a whole one for free, or do you still feel like it's very expensive? Oh, that's unfortunate. I guess it makes sense that why you would want to go to Canada then, because it makes a lot of sense. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I don't know why you would necessarily like worry about it a whole lot if you already were getting one too. Okay, I am about ready for my break. So I am going to, first of all, I'm going to stretch this. This got very narrow, but I put it on my head and I promise that it goes all the way in and it's not too tight. And my head is kind of large, so I'm going to fold this for now and get ready to do some surface crochet on it. I'm going to, I don't have a break screen, so the starting screen is going to come up instead, and I will try not to take too long. I'm going to get a drink, go to the bathroom, do some stretches, that sort of thing. So I will BRB. And thank you all for hanging out today. It's been really, really fun. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Surface crochet. Oop. Thank you for the welcomes back. How did this happen? Oh, I didn't trim them yet. Way to go, Pickles. Come back and immediately get confused. Some people trim their ends as they go. Some people weave them in at the ends. Some people snip them at the ends. I'm just making it all up. So, I think most of the surface crochets are going to end up on, like, these double crochet rows because they are kind of wide and they are solid, so they give you room to work. I think I want to use... Where do I want this purple to go? Because I have some of it at both ends. There's more of it down here than up here. I don't know. See, I think it would look good with this, but I feel like it really, like, kind of goes better at the bottom because there's more of it, perhaps. I think I might do that. I might attach it to this one and then just have purple next to purple as detailing for the green, because the green already pops out so much that I feel like a detail there might also, like, really set it off. And if it doesn't, I can always undo it. Though, so far, nothing's needed to be undone. Start at the back. Okay. Because these go sideways, or they're facing horizontal, and these are vertical, I'm going to attach it to these orange that are already attached to this yellow. Oh wait, I need to flip it inside out. But I'm still going to do the same thing. I'm going to attach it to these orange ones, but I am going to stitch, like, across these vertical stitches, and maybe not these when I get to the end. I've yet to decide. But surface crochet always needs to be done on the side of your project that faces out. I forgot to mention that. It is very important. So, this is the outside of our project. And then, like, you treat the tails for this the same as any other, so it won't really show up once it's woven in and then trimmed. And I'm just going to attach it with a slip stitch. You can also, which it might actually be beneficial for me to do, you can also sometimes take your tails, and as you are beginning your row, you can incorporate it into the stitches and essentially tie it down and hide it inside of a stitch, so that nobody can see it. If I were to do surface crochet of, like, this edging that I did, it would basically stand up, kind of like the pointy scales on the backs of dinosaurs, and it would be like 3D. You can also do, like, what I'm about to do, which I'm going to do single crochet, and this time I'm actually doing single crochet. I'm not going to do half doubles. I promise. Because I really don't know why I had it in my head that what I was doing was a single crochet before. Still, that was amazing, even for me. That is how it looks so far. It's kind of like a braid going across it. Congrats, Bob, on the Swablu. I do like a cloud bird. I don't remember exactly what the evolution of that is, but the one where it's like almost like a swan cloud, the blue one, and it's like in the clouds, I always thought that one was very nice looking. It might be called Alteria or something. Not really sure. Either way, good birds. Altaria? Yeah. I feel like that's looking really good. That's kind of how I feel about it, Sin. I think it looks really nice. When I get a little bit further, I'll hold it closer to the camera. And hopefully it will focus on it. Ooh, I'm also a shark lover. That sounds really fun. Crochet shark. I absolutely understand. Is it like the 6th row of the circle? Well, yeah, the whole hat is, but like, I meant like the top part versus the brim, I guess. The circles are kind of, I like doing them now that I'm a little better at it, but they can be a very big challenge when it's remembering like where the increases are. I sometimes get off count somehow, and then it ends up curling too soon, or it'll end up getting way too wide. I have to be very careful when doing circles. I've considered getting, they make apps. I think that most of them are free. They make stitch counting apps, like for a cell phone, Obviously, I don't know why I felt like I needed to specify that, but, like, I've thought that that could be something to look into. I just don't know how if you have to log it yourself, or if you say what stitch you're on, like text to speak almost. I'm not sure how it would work. But they're supposed to be helpful. I do too. I like to have something going on in the background if I can. That's part of why I skip stitches, but it's also part of why sometimes if there is more noise, it helps me focus, I think. If there's just the right amount of sound, I will focus a little bit better. I try to at least have music or something on. Ooh, we're almost to the blue. We are so close to the blue. Yeah, sometimes public spaces and schools are way, way too much. I used to get overstimulated a lot at school, and I had a lot of trouble focusing. Oop. Almost lost my yarn again. Thank you. I think it looks pretty good too, honestly. I feel like for a project that I started completely on stream and I had no plan for, I think it turned out very nice. Yes, I will maybe. So, like, I'm not weird about my face in general. The main reason I don't have it on camera is because I would prefer to have some work done to my teeth first full disclosure. So I will take a picture wearing it. That's just the main reason that I'm a little bit like iffy about being on live camera. He would sweat on it, Bob. Bob, you don't know. You don't know. He would give it back to me soggy if he streamed wearing this. That room gets so hot. There is a reason that they have 2 fans on in there. Sin, I know you don't care. You're not gonna... Nobody can be as critical of me as I can be, okay? No, but also, when I was younger... So, this is, like, not, like, a sad story or anything. It's just something I don't really do anymore. This is not directly why, but when I was younger, I had a YouTube channel, and I would do vlogs because I was really, really shy, and I thought it would help me be more confident, and it did. But also, almost every video I posted used to get really not nice comments about how I looked. And I already live with a lot of dysphoria. So I don't really look at my own face very much. And it doesn't really bother me. But I do, like, tend to be more reserved now just because I only have so much energy to deal with that anymore, if that makes sense. Like, I just don't need it hanging out in the background of my mind, I guess. So there's a few things that I would like to, like, fix with my teeth. Which wasn't even one of the main things that anybody ever commented on, because back then, my teeth were in better shape. And part of that is just, like, I'm just very, like, not happy with how things have turned out with them. And I need work done, and I don't know. Like, before I started streaming even, I had gone through my old videos I used to watch on YouTube of people, like, doing vocal warm-ups, because if you practice a lot, you can lower your voice. And I thought maybe that would make me feel better too, but then I decided it would be too much effort. Like, because I never know what my energy's gonna be like, because I am kind of fatigued a lot. So I didn't want to, like, put myself in a corner of, like, you have to do these vocal lessons, you have to look, like, to your own standard. So instead I was like, I will just stream with no face. And then if I don't feel like I look as good one day, nobody knows but me. It's part of the benefit of being a viewer, is nobody knows if you have your hair in the worst sticking up way possible, or if you just look really tired that day or something. Thank you, Bob. I have considered, like, a little bit, not doing, like, full Dr. Quinn helmet, because that looks heavy, but I've considered, like, masking somewhat, because that can also be turned into a really fun thing. I have a ski mask / balaclava, I guess they're synonyms, that I made, and it is electric green faux fur, and it is the fuzziest, weirdest piece of shit creation I've ever made. And I've considered wearing that on camera, but I think that I would get really, really hot in it. But that is something that I had considered. Which I would be willing to post a picture of me in that anyway as well, because, like, my face doesn't show in it, obviously, but yeah, that's one of the things that I also thought about, basically because it's one of the first, like, I had never done a ski mask or anything like that, and I had to change 2 different patterns to get it to fit because I had never really done in that shape before. And so I had to keep wearing it as I was making it, and so it was like custom made. I used 2 different patterns to kind of get the shape that I wanted. It still turned out a little weird, like the top of it is a little bit pointed and it almost looks like a condom sometimes, unless I have it pulled down really hard, and it just looks crazy. So I will post a picture of that, and then I will probably post one of me wearing this. I don't know if Patrick will want to wear it for a picture. I've never made him model for me before. I know that I probably could, but I also don't know how many, I don't know how many times I can use the privilege of him probably agreeing to do it before he doesn't anymore. It also probably depends on what project I try and put on him. But for this one, we've got this. Goes from purple to blue. Oh, please focus. Oh, there's the yarn. Now you can see the variance in the yarn. That looks good. That is some more orangey bits of it. Doing a single crochet like this basically is how it looks braided on top. Surface crochet is a technique that for a lot of like big hoods where you will see people for patterns that are like sometimes upwards of $30 USD. They'll have a lot of like different stuff all over the top, and a lot of the technique that they use for that is surface crochet. And I'm like not throwing shade, but I don't know that surface crochet is worth $30 for a pattern. So you've seen it here. Patrick is my partner, yes. We've been together, maybe, it's been hard to keep track of time since quarantine, maybe 6 years? Question mark? Not sure. Long ass time though. Five and a half or 6 it has to be, because we met when I was 22 and I'm 27 now. And I don't remember exactly when it became official, so that's where it kind of, the numbers, I'm not sure. I'm not going to math all of that right now. But it's been a good long while. Where else do I want to start sticking these? Maybe on this row. I think this row will look good. This one is a double crochet chain space double crochet row, and for this one it was only double crochets. So when I was doing the surface crochet, I would do a single crochet and then a chain space and a single crochet, and that gave the surface crochet space and it didn't tighten the project. So in between the double crochets on this, I'm probably going to chain 2 just to keep it relaxed and not too tight. Oh, congrats, Snake. I bet that feels amazing. Can you hear like you've never heard before? Good. It really does. I'm very excited. I'm so glad I chose this row with the darker green. Okie dokie, Stubby. Stretching my yarn. Oh goodness. Situate yourself. I had breakfast this morning, and I usually don't eat breakfast, so when I took my break, I didn't eat anything because I'm not quite hungry yet, but since they are streaming this evening, we do eat dinner a little bit early, so I'm not gonna miss out on a whole lot. And then also during their streams, I also kind of eat the whole time. I sit and eat. I also do have snacks with me, if you were worried. I have, look, Pop-Tart Bite. I'm not starving, I promise. Starting to think that maybe 2 in between was actually too much. I'm not sure. Maybe it's fine. I mean, that looks okay. That looks okay. Ooh, that sounds nice. Oh. There we go. Oh, that's looking pretty good. That's looking okay. I think that this blue on this green looks good, but also like right up against this very bright yellow. I think that looks really nice. Which kind of lion brand? That's not a bad price, really, for some yarn. For some of the lion brand, it's a pretty good price, and for some of it, I feel like it varies. Oh. I don't remember this one. I think I might have bought on sale. Because our local Michael's art store usually has a sale on yarn. And so does our Meyer store. Welcome back, Stubby. Ooh, Gnome I like. I've seen that before. And I want to say that I also have seen stained glass before. That I know. Because it's already 2:53, I just realized I might, after this row, finish this one for now. And then we can, like, next stream, like, completely finish this one. Because I do want to get a start on something digital today. As long as my thing will focus. If it won't focus, then I will probably just come back to this and finish it up. Because I don't like to... The first stream, I really lost track of time. Because I'm not trying to go up until the guys stream in the evenings. As fun as it would be to raid them, and as much as I think at some point I probably will, I also would like to eat dinner with Patrick. So I'm trying to always make sure there's a little time in between for us to hang out. I agree. I think that's probably why we've been together for like 5 years. Probably. It's because we do make time for each other. That's also part of why I hang out in the office in the mornings. Because it would just, like, I haven't been working since a little bit before the first quarantine and all that. So, like, yes, we've had more time together in general. But I also feel like just sitting in the other room whenever I could just chill out in there and there's room for me to be in there, that's like the funnest. Even if I did spill Big Red that one time all over the desk and it was really bad. But the good news is Patrick got me a cup with a lid, and it is the Big Red cup, and I'm actually drinking out of it today. It is a mermaid cup filled with Big Red. No more spills. In theory, there will be no more spills. Oh. Okay. That finishes that row. Ooh! What color's in the fairy yarn? Oh well. Come on. I had one that was called Pixie, and that was really cute. I made my mom a shawl with it. It was like white, peach. It had like a bluish purple in it. It was nice. Okay. So, this is our surface crochet so far. We've got this purple. We've got this blue. I think that's all for this that I'm going to do today, assuming that my surface works. Okay. As long as it's not too blurry. Last time it was a bit blurry for my taste, honestly, and I wasn't a big fan. But hopefully the camera works out this time. Doo, doo, doo. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Don't look at my code. Okay. Well, that looks okay so far. Gotta close my Spotify. Hold on. Are you gonna work? Yes, we are working. Ooh, and all of the little buttons at the top are showing up today. Okay, that's good. I was worried. close these. I'm gonna go to new sketch. I'm going to go to the 1080 by 1920 pixels. And that is just because I believe that is the size required. I'm not sure how all I want to... Oh, and now it's out of focus. Why did you do this to me? No. Come back. There. No, don't do it. Please. Oh my god. Let me turn off this overhead light and see if that is causing too much. Oh. And there it goes bright again. Jesus. Shit. I don't know if that's gonna work today. Why is it doing this? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Please just do the thing. Maybe we won't get to work on this right now. I have no idea. I need to start with the warm-up anyway. So we'll see how it does throughout that. And then we will move from there. For anyone out there that's not watched me do any digital art before, I always do a little scribbly warm-up. I feel like it helps. It doesn't have to be anything. I usually just do a bunch of like circles that all tend to fit within the canvas that I've drawn. Just to kind of loosen up the arm. It's not looking so great on camera. What I need to do ultimately, I think, is get something that is going to, like a program to cast my screen from here to like to make this screen what you see instead of the desk and all that. And then I will probably switch between crochet and digital. I think that would be the easiest option to fix all this. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like free software for it either. This looks like a hot mess. It is not rendering very well at all. Most of these lines are like completely solid. Okay, we'll probably go back to just crochet for today. Or I might work a little bit on Patrick's chevron blanket like last time. That would be nice too. I do like working on that. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, let me close out of this. So, and turn on my light. Bing. there's that. Here's my hook. Oh, I need to reposition my camera too. That's pretty close. Okay. There's a smoochum in the chat. Okay. And this whole blanket is double crochets. The ripple effect is just from how you manipulate the stitches between, or not between, but like where the points are, you either chain or crochet into different spots to pull them together to make the downward arrow. It's both easy and challenging at the same time, I feel like, because count does matter with this sort of pattern. I think I'm probably gonna go till about 3:30, maybe 4. And then I'll see, you know, who's online and try and raid somebody, and if it doesn't work out, I could at least maybe link them in the chat or something so that everybody has somewhere to go. So for a Geodude, I got a Sand Shrew. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I don't really know what to tell you about that. I mean, Sandshrew is a cute little guy, but they're not really any better than a Geodude. They're just kind of whatever. Maybe you should try and trade your new sand shrew. Or your old one, whichever one has the worst stats, I guess. Four hours, wow. It's a long time. I guess they don't want anybody, like, I don't know, getting too many Pokemon too fast, I guess. Thank you. I got brought an energy drink. Pretty excited about that. Thank you. I really like this one. It is soft. This yarn is very plushy. This is Lion Brand 2. This is also Mandala, but this is specifically the Mandala Ombre. I believe that this color lot is called Mist, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Let me grab one. This one is called... No, this one's not Mist. This one is just called Cool. It looks like this. And it is very squishy. Oh, gotta resituate myself. What is the M stuff, Bob? I missed your message. I don't remember what we were talking about. Oh, yes, it is the M stuff. I literally... No, it's fine. It's Monster Energy. It took me a minute, and then you said the energy drink, and I straight up looked at the can, and I was like... I was looking at the logo even, and I was just, like, not getting it. So, that is my bad. I don't really mind if people know that I drink Monster. For anyone that it interests, I also drink Red Bull sometimes. I have a bit of a caffeine addiction. I need that high octane energy for all the crochet I do. I had to stop for a while, Bob. Before I was with Patrick, there was like 3 years where I was drinking them every single day, multiple times a day. And I distinctly remember it got to a point where I was actively drinking them before bed and then just going to sleep. I have no idea how, because I've struggled with insomnia off and on for years in the first place, but I would drink a Monster and then like within 45 minutes I would be in bed. Like, I have no idea how I was even functioning. It could not have been good for me. I wouldn't be surprised if I got a little damage from it. Now I enjoy them moderately. Ooh. So I loved the mega cans. I don't think I got up to 4, but I think that I was definitely on 2 or 3. But it wasn't 4 because I didn't drink them until afternoon, because I would drink coffee all morning. And if I didn't have Monster, I would drink coffee all day long. I still love coffee, but definitely not all day long anymore. I don't know how my stomach handled all that, honestly, because it's not gonna fly anymore. No, I never got to try those. Were they good? I've never heard of Frugo Energy. Has anyone here ever drank Red Line? On the bottle it says you're only supposed to drink half. And I did not. And I was up forever one time. Those I didn't like as much to begin with. Those made me feel kind of jittery, actually, and not very good. So, like most energy drinks kind of have a similar flavor, which Patrick would describe as bad. I will not fight him on it because I like original Monster flavor because it's very tart and it tastes like I'm getting caffeine into my body. I'm not like savoring a flavor. Some of them have better flavors than others. But a lot of people that don't drink them generally think that they taste kind of icky, which would be fair. Rockstar Energy has two that I really like, though, that have good flavor if you like sour things. They have a sour green apple and a sour cotton candy, and they are so good. Nas is a good flavor, Bob. I like Nas. I have only had the original blue can, and I think I had the purple can once. Those both have an okay flavor, too. Stubby, they are addictive. So if you have an addictive personality, be wary of the energy drink. You'll start to go fast like Sonic the Hedgehog, and you will never come down again. I mean, I would say that energy drinks are closer to a gateway drug than marijuana is, in full honesty. And I've been given caffeine since I was a child, so. Ooh, AliExpress. I've heard of that place, and I've never purchased from there, but I will have to check out their yarn selection. I also had to go lighter on the energy drinks because of my anxiety, Stubby, because I already sometimes get palpitations, and then I was drinking too many energy drinks, and they were giving me more heart palpitations, and I was freaking out all the time. Like, now and then it is absolutely fine, but caffeine as a lifestyle choice is one that, like, I feel like it wouldn't hurt me to ease up on it a little bit more at some point anyway. Because I try to be healthy, but I'm so weird about it. I will be super healthy, and like when I was a teenager, for instance, I used to work out a lot because I was homeschooled through the high school times, and I would work out for hours a day because I wanted to drink regular soda because I was still addicted to the caffeine and sugar in it. So I would work out more so that I thought that I was basically balancing myself out health-wise, but that's absolutely not how any of that works. And ultimately, I don't think I did myself any favors back then. I really should have just been drinking water like a normal, sane human. That's why whenever, Patrick and I talk about drinking more water all the time, because we have to talk ourselves into it all the time. I did have a cup of water earlier, though. If anyone's wondering, I've had, a full glass of water today. And I will have at least one more. It's kind of a fight. I also used to, do this thing where I'd be like, listen, I'm drinking water because I put water in my coffee pot when I made coffee. And I don't do that anymore. It was a little bit funny, but not in reality. It's funny as a joke. The good thing about saying out loud that you need to drink more water, though, is it does give you a certain level of, even if nobody plans on giving you shit about it, it does, well, for me at least, it gives me a certain level of social accountability. So I'm more likely to do the things that I need to do because I know that other people know about it. It's like, now I have to drink this water because I have to make my friends proud of something super basic like hydration. But yeah, I definitely love me some caffeine. And I also definitely have more than one sweet tooth. Oh no! Do you know what row you're on? Usually if you can sort out the row, that can help. Or at least get back to a row where you knew what the count was. That's good at least, like, that way if you go back, you can usually figure out where it happened. That sucks though, because it does take time to figure it out. Javoval, do you use, what kind of crochet terminology do you use? I know I started off with UK because I started off watching tutorials by Bella Coco on YouTube, but now I know more US just because that's what most of our stuff is printed in. But I try to keep up with both kinds, and I think that there's more kinds than that too. Like the stitch that I'm doing in US terminology is a double crochet, but in UK they call it a treble crochet. So it's basically just like what you call your stitches most of the time, I guess. I love YouTube tutorials. They are so helpful. It's so helpful to be able to rewind. I can't tell you how many times I've watched, especially for a new stitch, I will watch somebody do it 8 or 9 times before I get it right. Single crochet. Okay. 6th opening is double crochet. Nice. Is the tutorial for like the whole, like with the ears on it and everything? Or is it just the hat pattern that you are going to put ears on later? Okay, that sounds, yeah. That sounds like the simplest way to do it. Sounds like it's going to be really good looking though, too. I've seen a few tutorials that are for crochet ears that you make and then sew on separately. I've never tried them yet, which is part of why I also would like to do the hood with the ears, because I think it would be a good learning thing. But there seems to be a lot of ways that people like to make them. I've also seen people make just fabric ears or faux fur ears and then put them on different things. But I'm not quite skilled enough in those other types of projects to feel confident doing that on a stream. Especially, like, unless it was crocheted faux fur. Then I could probably do it. But if I was just working with regular, I'm not very good at using that yet. It comes in big sheets, and sometimes I cut them wrong, and then the fur gets a weird line in it. I agree, Bob. Also, Bob, I just need you to know that your Pokemon Go character in the Gengar onesie is amazing. I was so happy to see that. That is peak fashion. And I am choosing to believe that that is how you dress in real life. Because that's how much I love it. Sin, you should do that. You should just put ears on everything. Every icon I've seen you use is a purple cat or a purplish character with cat ears. So it would only make sense that you constantly have cat ears. Once I finish this row, I am probably going to go ahead and sign off because it's 3:30. And I am going to try to do a raid, and hopefully that works. Sin, you would just have a heyday in all of my notebooks from my youth, because instead of anything coherent, you would just see a lot of cute little animal drawings and people with ears in them, like all over the paper. That's all I would do, was just draw fantasy characters and animals and then people with ears that were different. Do, do, do. Okay. Getting close to the end of this row. I'm also thinking, like, if depending on how fast I can get the supplies for my next project, and if I can't get my webcam to focus on my digital, I might next week, I might focus mostly on this, which will be mostly the same stitches the whole time. And I don't know if I should still have it tagged the same, or if it should be more like just chatting, or how that's gonna work out, because I don't want it to be too boring of an art stream, I guess. It would probably be fine, because, like, I don't think anyone's gonna be that much of a stickler. Plus, I do talk a lot. So, yeah, you know what? Shut up, Pickles, it's fine. I've decided it's fine. Okay, here's my last stitch. And I want to see who I can. Who's on? Who's on? Let me figure out where'd the raid button go? You're welcome, Sin. Don't hop off yet. I need to help. I'm going to grab Patrick and help him. No, I'm going to have him help me do this. You're welcome, Stubby. I'm glad you feel relaxed. That's kind of the vibe that I'm going for. I really want it to be like a good... I don't think I could achieve Bob Ross levels of calm, but we're going for, like, a generally relaxed stream. I will be RB. I think I want to raid Quinn.
Fuck, shit, piss, I almost died. Alright, again, you still don't have your thing up. I need this up to do it.
That is not that one. Close that. That is not the right.
Okay, where's
Firefox.
Oh, so you're just not in your manager at all.
Sydney, I literally have no calm. That's why I'm trying to make my stream calm. You don't want my levels of calm. I just told you I went to bed after drinking energy drinks.
You need to start bringing up your
This one?
disc so you
Okay.
can pay attention to it. And it's got all of your stuff over here on the side. Click on raid.
Type it in, because I know that he's on.
There he is. Start raid.
Yay.
There you go.
Okay, we were raiding Dr. Quinn, and it worked today. Thank you for all the follows today, and I hope to see you next week. And it was nice meeting you, Jovo. And I hope your hat turns out good.
You have to click raid. They won't go anywhere. There you go.
I thought the timer went forever. I don't know.
No. The timer counts down and then you can raid out.
Cool.
And then click end stream.